Ambika, your teaching assistant for data science. I would request you all to please confirm on chat if I'm audible to all of you. We have a trainer online who will be taking today's session. As usual, please keep yourself in mute mode in order to avoid any kind of background noise. The recordings will be available in your LMS for download, so kindly download the same from there as it was instructed yesterday. Okay. So any support related queries, you can always write to us using help and support section available in your LMS. Now we'll be giving the presenter access to our trainer. Hi, ma'am. Good morning.
A very good morning to you, Ambika.
Thank you. So I'm muting myself. You can continue with the session.
Start at 9 sharp.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Thank you. A very good morning to everybody. To start today's session into new concepts before we start working on R basically. Let's quickly revisit what we did the other day. We understood zone which we are getting into, the analytics zone, how important it is, and how analytics is used in different industries. I shared multiples with you. The project I worked on, some projects I discussed with you, and with the help of those projects, I tried to explain you different terminologies. Things coming up uh, for you will get learn a lot of things. Uh, which we discussed, we'll be learning all of those techniques. The session I also requested you to install R and then R Studio because we'll be working on R Studio. If you could not install R and or R Studio, if you installed Studio, this is something good. I should dispatch because it only kills time. So people have a lot of uh, issues, and I'm not the expert in networking. I'm not the expert in getting software installed. So it actually creates a lot of problem for the participants, and I highly appreciate that all of you have installed R Studio. Great. So we start off now. Request everybody to open R Studio in the mean opening and the slash. Walk through these basic slides which has some introductory information on R. This is a programming language developed at E&T Bell Laboratories by Robert Gentleman and Ross Haka. To S language, basically R language has descended from S language only. It is open source language with highly active community members available across all platforms. Due to underlying philosophy and design, R is useful for statistical computations and graphical visualizations. How it is in graphical visualization as well. And R was initially used by only academicians, and now you see the adoption of R. Other companies have adopted R. Because of its it is a freeware, and you can build any algorithm you can with any kind of technique very easily with R. If you must have CRAN while installing an R Studio. So R is a lot more than just a programming language. R has worldwide repository system, comprehensive R archive network, and you can access that by going to http cran.r project.org. You must visit this website to install R. In 2011, there were more than 3,000 such packages hosted on CRAN and many more on other websites. What are packages? We will see how we can install the package, how we can use the package, but what are packages? So for different kind of techniques and SAS, we have different functions, and those functions are executed invoking which are behind those functions from SAS application. Okay, so, if you need to run the regression model, you type proc reg. So reg is a keyword behind which I'm just this in a very layman's language, so that you can have a good understanding of how these things work. So behind reg, this key algorithm, regression algorithm called when you type proc reg and you run. So that algorithm is invoked. That is called from this application. That is how work around different techniques in SAS. When we come to R, yes, R also has these functions, but not all functions will be present in R tool, R Studio tool, which you must have installed. To get the specific functions related to specific techniques, like functions related to regression, you need to install different packages. So it's not already embedded in the R application. You need packages, and for that, EN also has a very good repository. So 3 such packages are hosted on CRAN. We'll be using these all packages, installing, and we'll be calling them from the library. Okay, we'll be doing all those things. Any question? Also, we have discussed R has in data but say that it has a very steep learning curve. Those people who are not from programming background, it becomes difficult for those people in R. I agree with this point, and reason for that. I have trained many people are not from programming background and they are doing pretty good in R. Be some me writing some big program, and some people are writing big programs as well. They got developed their interest in R programming, and they are developing some uh, big functions, big algorithms in R as well. So the basics. I discussed the application of R in analytics, but people have their interest and they learn further. Let me tell you, if you programming background, if correctly, you will find R very easy. Because I will not be talking in terms of programming language. I'm discussing the things with the help of the data, asking the things with the help of some case study. So you'll find very easy. So first I'll make you comfortable with R, and then we'll introduce some programming jargons. Start off with data structure, metrics, vectors. Okay, these jargons you difficult to absorb at start. Well, make you comfortable first of all R, and then I'll come back to those concepts, and then find those concepts very easy. So you want to follow me along, and you will find R very easy. So not go for this line. Second point is R has a very limited memory, RAM basically, when working with large data sets. So memory limitations is definitely a problem with R. So using the free version of R is basically used not to handle huge amount of data. It is basically used to develop the algorithms. It is basically used to text part only. If you talk about handling the huge data set, in addition to that as well, you have some other versions of R. Rev you have, which is part of now Microsoft. You can search about RevR as well. In that as well, you will see same kind of programming and all. So that will not be a problem. So people who need the huge amount of data, or if they are integrating R with a big, either go for RAR. It's a wonderful tool. I mean to say, it will be difficult for you to handle huge amount of data. That I'll tell you after say, I not perform very well. Shut down multiple times. It will create a lot of problems. We are using R. And, if not, I'll tell you, a very costly tool of companies, either or for those companies and departments where it is to Why? Which are completely dependent on analytics. Those people go for SaaS. Or but people which find SaaS very easy to buy, what they do, they buy one license or two license, and to the tiers use R. So also I have seen in many companies. So should have the knowledge of R. Exactly, I just can't give you that number. Uh, let's talk on Google. What is exact number? Because I didn't find on Google as well. If you that, please let me know. But I have seen after 500,000 rows, it creates problems. So at working hour, so it is R, regular R. See the interface like this. These are four. I believe you are working for the first 1 hour. You should not have these four. You should have only three windows, I believe. On the left hand side, you should have only console. On side, yeah. On side, I agree that you should have these two windows. On the left hand side, you should only have console. Okay, so let's gradually try to familiarize ourselves with our. We write our program in console. Whatever you need to write, very simple programs, will start off. Okay. To open R Studio, we will working on R Studio. R Studio is an integrated development uh, environment of R, and it's much more user friendly. That's why we will be using R Studio. Yes. So let's start writing some basic programs. People who already know are, as you people mentioned in yesterday's class, so have to have some options because uh, I deal with those people who are starting with programming language first time. So I can any program. Suppose you need to multiply two numbers. Use a program like this in the console 23 into 89. You will hit enter. See, it will give you the result. So you can write the programs here. What happens when you need to save the programs? You a problem in terms of the format. So it gives you input of the program just after the execution of the program. To save only the program, it will be difficult for you to save. To save program to get a lot of benefits, we will see what all benefits are there. We better use our script page executed in the console. So people who don't have this window, they can go to this plus sign on the top hand side and click on our script, or they can also hit Control Shift N to open our script page for you. In that you can write the program. You can write here as well. You see, into 89. If I need to execute it, instead of enter, I have to hit Control Enter. Nothing will happen in the console window if you will see. The script will remain the same. So it will be altered, and whenever you need to save any program, suppose you find out when number is even odd, for that you divide the number by 2. So look at the remainder. So you dividing 89 by 2, and if you are looking at the remainder, it is coming out to be 1. So this is called modulus operator. The signs it has, and it gives a remainder. Whereas you have seen, if you are dividing 89 by 2, if it gives you the 89 by 2. So you from this, and remainder you can get from this. To save these programs, you can save easily because here you don't have the outputs. If you want to deal with the variables, because dealing with the hard-coded numbers, like problems, when you will be dealing with some complex problems, you need to some variables when as multiple values, and need to involve variables instead of hard-coded numbers. It is always advisable in a programming language to use different variables. So variable is something which can assume multiple values. Do you observe some disturbance from no near a window? So this is everybody. I'm not hands free. One thing, let me switch off my fan. Because I muted myself. Tell if it is okay now. I switch off the fan. Okay, thanks for you know. You do this plus and click on R script. Okay, so discussing about variables. So assigning the variable, assignment equation. So assigning the variable means you are value that variable. That variable can also be termed as object. So sometimes I will use the word object. Use equality sign as well. X is equal to 2. What do? If you control enter, you see in the assignment window, there will be that X is now containing the value 2. More information, I'll be coming to data types. I'll be coming to those programming nitty-gritties, but after some time. Everybody is comfortable with basic things. Okay, because this which I have seen from my experience that when I start talking about data types, start talking about the memory and all, people lose interest and they actually find programming again difficult. I'll try to keep it as business oriented as possible. Everything. X equal to 2 and then after that enter. You will see X value Y. The value 2. in our programming, you will see the set operator is less. Uh, you will see equality sign. You will see the sign most of the time. Or assigning a value 2 to object X. Okay. The other value Y, you are assigning a 5 to Y, handle with X, Y the way you want to. X, Y, X plus Y, X minus Y. Okay. Make you comfortable. Tell this thing. Uh, it is thing is obvious if you are in any IE, you need to have the base tool installed already in your machine. So if you are installing RStudio, you must have R installed in your machine. That is dependency of RStudio. So dependent tools. So RStudio depends on R. So you should have already installed in your machine before you can install RStudio. Quality as well as this assignment operator. Yes, Pesh. Language which is used on Studio as well as R. So R is a tool and we use language. Like S is a tool on which you use S language. SAS is a tool on which you use SAS language. Okay. So you have R tool as well. You have RStudio tool as well. But RStudio is IDE. IDE is Integrated Development Environment. In which we write our program, we can go for the development. It gives you some very user-friendly features, as mentioned earlier by one gentleman. Uh, if you is uh, when you get the pop-ups. Uh, it is a GUI interface, a better interface. That's why we are using R Studio. While writing these programs, we also require to write our own comments within the program. So if I want to write our own program with our program so that we can take the, or if I'm writing the program for some verses use, that person can take the reference. Okay, what we can mention, am so whatever we will write, that will not be part of the program. That will be commented out of the program. We can write it like this. This is our first program. There are some very basic things which I am taking you through. So you write anything for later. This about any programming language. Programming language is built of with many instructions in a proper sequence. So programming language is nothing about program is nothing about uh, giving some set of instructions in a proper sequence to execute some specific task. So, of those instructions and how will R get to know that one is done? So, what do you write different instruction in different lines to distinguish between instructions. Okay. So, this is how to write a program. Different sections are written in different lines. I mean, say if you'll write X into Y in the line, recognize it is a section, you write it in a separate line. Either you have to give semicolon to write different instructions in a single line. That's something advisable because you would always like to refer back the program. If you'll write everything in the same line, your work very clumsy and it will be difficult for you to refer back. So data is concerned to deal with different variables. Let's come to that part. It is only the starting, so I'll be taking you through these basic things uh, by putting some basic files. Uh, okay, so import as whole will be explained to you in a separate module. Learn how to import data. So I'm sharing a couple of files with you using as well for explaining you different statistical concepts. Just I'm sharing those files with you. sensitive language. Good, Nikhil. Cases. People who have already done SAS, they must have seen that SAS is not a case sensitive language. So a couple of files with you here. Comma separated of C files. Save these files in format only, otherwise you will face problems. You with the basics of R. Please load these files and save these files in your machine. I create a new folder on your desktop. You do log in. Need to download the file. It will log in. Been using these links since ages. I'll show how to use it then. You can do this link. Oh, I'm logged in. Then here, and if you are getting any box, any pop that you can rid of, you don't need login credentials. Download it. How many are still facing the problem? Okay, good. Very good. How many are able to do it now? Okay, done. Now, let's get your file, see your file in R. So sharing a code with you about house prices. So I need to import the file called house prices. So the command you need to run, how will run the command, I'll tell you. A variable name, you can give it any name, with a house price, whatever name you want to give it. In this data, this object that you are writing here. So how you are saving it, you are importing file, you are the table, basically read dot table dot choose, and SCP is equal to your writing. So it is given how the were separated. So this is a comma separated file. So I'm mentioning here comma. It have headers. So it is, so consider the first row as header. If I'll write it as true, to run the R program, you can do two things. Either reach till the end of the program and hit Control Enter, or what you can do, you can select line of the program and hit Control R. Thing. So if you will hit Control R, or if you will hit Control Enter, it will pop up which away to your machine, and you can select which you want to import, which you want to read. Okay. Correct for me. Then select Murli working for you. Yes. That will appear uh, to sometimes it is up front. You will see that up front. It is behind some windows. You can search it out very easy, like it was there on my desktop at the end. I Okay. Enter, it should work on Mac as well. Otherwise, what you can do, you can keep the cursor in the line of the program and hit run. You hitting run, it will show you the for that as well. It should work. You can hear that this file is a comma separated file. The where separated by commas. So that is what I have mentioned here, separation by comma. We should learn how to import different kinds of files, how to import uh, by giving the address. So those kind of things are yet to come. It's only the start, so I'm just making you comfortable. The first command is to read that file, import the file. We'll just wait for another minute. For me, those processes, two observations, one in the environment page. It should not be the case. Did Yeah, you are right. Header to true means you have header in the first row. Part of the data that will be taken as header. Importing header to true means you have a header in your data. You might have header in some cases. Yes, have to do. Okay. This location, I believe, you will only one label. Okay, Nick. So has been very well yeah, by Nagesh. Have you multiple times that if you have headers in your data, if you have the variable names of the fields are mentioned in your data, then you use header is equal to true. In some cases, you might not have the variable names, field names in your data. You only have the data in front of you, and then maybe later on you need to define the names of the variables. In that case, you will put header is equal to false. To select your from that dialog box. That is this line of program to do. Location. Nick, if you have not saved the file in CSV format, and that is why you are getting only one variable. Yeah, in CSV format. to use how you're running. Let me do here. Then with you house prices file is the same file which I'm using. Uh, so I have done some manipulation in this file, so I don't want you people to get confused with those manipulations. You people are not yet matured enough with data, so please download the file and save the file in the CSV format. Down file, save it in CSV format. Once you have a file, let me show you how to save it in CSV format as well. Yeah, please import the file now. Let's this file. It will not. Yeah, the one shared just now. You need to open the file and insert the way I'm saving. You can see from here enter type and dialog box file name. You can give any name. Says type CSV. Or if you're not getting this option, if you're using earlier versions, you can use the MS DOS as well. Otherwise, common limiter you should have. Okay. How many you could not do? Don't mind my speed because I have to keep the speed like this for like next more hour because people knew some people know the things, some people don't know, but I have to take everybody. So please be with me. So the file. you can use a called head uh, and then those prices and see what happens. It will give you first 6 observations. And before you see your data as well, by clicking on this icon, data, you can click this, show you the of your data. You head command what you have in your data because you deal with a big time. You deal with a lot of data with a lot of observations. So it is advisable since you have this small window of console. So it's advisable to use head command to have a look at your data. So head, and then you can name of the object in which you have saved this file. Show you first 6 observations. Use that as well. If you want 10 observations, you can mention 10. It will show first 10 observations. Last few observations, you can look at last few observations as well. So if I want last 5 observations, I can mention tail command. It will be last 5 observations. With some specific variable, with some specific field, I want to deal with price. The example of the price. For so you can use mean. Mean you can the variable, and if it enter, you will get the error. Check price not found because we will not get to know what is this object, which object located. Mention the data set. The bill. So you mention house price. House price is the name. House, you better copy it, written it. You better copy it and paste it. To any spelling mistake, sign and then write price. So I know that you want to deal with price variable which is stored in the house prices. And after hit enter, it'll give you the mean price of houses. So the case study is about the house prices, different outskirts of New York. Different factors which are affecting the price are also mentioned: living area, bathrooms, bedrooms, lot size, age, whether fireplace or not. Okay, so those variables are mentioned here. See the full data set. Can again mention this and control enter. It full data set. Okay. What to understand, Ruchita? We dollar sign to understand that variable is stored in house prices file. Okay, so dollar sign is helpful to any field from the data frame, data data frame from which you want to pick price variable, for which you want to find out the mean value, median, mode. These all things I'll be doing in today's class only. Don't worry. I'm just giving you the example of how we can deal a field in the data. That's it. This is part of the syntax. Like my name is Shubham Pandey. Why I write Shubham then space Pandey? Because the this is the way you write the name. First name, then space, then Pandey. We don't write Shubham comma Pandey. Price. Suppose you need to uh, living the mean of the living area. I give the same thing. Sir, area. The table, then the field. Okay. This variable is not present over there. A case sensitive language. Price, if you see P capitalized, upper for P. Used here mean. Let me get into what means, what all other big statistical parameters are. So, I will be coming back and forth R only because a tool for the discussion of data science in this course. Coming back to R, but first of all develop some concepts about mean. Uh, okay, but for viewing the entire table is not coming. I'm getting only the serial and the one. I believe you have not saved your file in the CSV format. Top when you run ahead, do you the result like I have? come to you, Sudesh. Uh, the way some okay this way. Uh, then should then they shock for the whole data set in size of your window for the console. It may be because of that. And you have size very small. There's names. If you want to see the name of the variables, this one as well and see whether you're able to see the name of the variables the way I have here. Double quotes, string area within double quotes. Do you have it in there? So if you want to look at the name fields, house prices should not at all should be the case. I don't understand why I'm not getting it. Are you getting it now? Okay, good. I showed you and tail because the limited capacity to show you. I'm not meant to show you the whole data. Why would you look at the whole data? So R is different tool where you operate in a very different way. Like Excel where you look at all the data every time. So you can pick specific number of observations and you can look at those observations to have this whole data. You can look at this data like this as well. Okay. So it's not because of this window size. One question: don't we need to close our quotes? Don't understand. So use semicolon. in a different line. If you have learned VBA in VBA and many languages, you do it in this way. You write in different lines. Conditionally selecting your data will be done by a function called subset function. I have yet to come to all those things. We'll gradually learn each and everything. We have just started off with very basic things. Subsetting the data, we have to discuss for that, and it will come into class only. Okay. Take the data from the cloud as well. We can take the data from Twitter as well, from Facebook as well, from LinkedIn as well. Okay, it's not like you should have your data in your laptop only. Okay. Now let me discuss about some statistical things which have their own importance. Uh, so you see with different statistical things because a mean will come up, median will come up, then sometimes you will see standard deviation. So you would be well aware of why we are using these all uh, parameters of it. I think people using mean don't know when to go or mean and medium. They understand calculate it because we learned mean and median back when we were kids, but we actually know much about the usage part. So discussing about the application part. So talk about statistics. In statistics, you will see two types of statistics: descriptive statistics and statistics. What I explain it to you, statistics I said, very important discussion, believe me. Uh, a lot of value from this. Descriptive statistics and name I mentioned is inferential statistics. Any uh, who can explain me the difference between the two? Inferential statistics between the two types of statistics. How many heard about inferential statistics, initial analytics? Okay, so Nagesh and Ankit have come up with their responses. Aditya has also. Descriptive statistics show what has happened from the data, while in inferential statistics, we take an example of the population to predict the population data set. Who's there, Aditya? It is like hypothesis analysis. Uh, yes, I agree with you. Hypothesis testing we do in inferential statistics. I agree with you. Saying it is obtain inference from the data. Yeah, from the data. Know about inferential statistics. No, thanks everybody for your responses. Please keep giving responses. It is important. Explain to layman's language what descriptive and what inferential statistics is all about. With statistics we use when we have a hold on our population. Okay? What is population? Is of those objects of your people. They may be different items. Okay, anything. So a set of objects we want to analyze and we want to come to conclusion. Okay, your population. So the population in our hold, when we can say something very definitive about the population, we know everything about the population. Descriptive statistics. Example, suppose I gave many times. Uh, so after the class, me show what is the age of your class. Now you need to please select all participants option. Yeah, please all participant option and then send across the chat. Sorry for the interruption. So in the class, suppose somebody asks me, what is the average work of your class? And this is a very normal question. You people also encounter these kind of questions. So type answer that person is expecting. And answer his question in this way that A has this much of work X, B has these many years of experience, C has these many years of experience. That be bugging him. I might be answering his question. He actually looking at a single figure. Have an idea Amen. Oh, thing about the question which someone asked me after the class. The person asked me, uh, even critics of your class, and I mentioned to you people that I just can't tell him that A has these many years of experience, B has these many years of experience, C has these many years of experience. He's actually looking for a single number, the number which can summarize the experience of all the people, participants, all the students. Summary measure, and that is what we do in statistics. We always find out the summary. We always try to come up with few statistical parameters which can describe the data. Now you see why this word description, descriptive. We try to describe the data with the help of few statistical parameters. This is what we do. So he for some number, and I was giving him the whole data set which he's not looking for. Okay, and we use descriptive statistics. Talk about inferential statistics as well. What is inferential statistics? When you don't have a hold on your population, when your population is too big to be assessed, you can't find values of the interest for all the population. For example, I'll give you a very simple example. Suppose you want to set up a fact, any surgical fact. That so zoology, if you people know, we come with different kind of facts for different age groups, different kids, and that actually help us to different needs of people different ages, and it is especially good for children. So for children having age between 8 to 10, you want to establish some psychological fact. Okay, what is your population? Your population is across the globe has between 8 to 10. Can you to each and every child across the globe and surgical behavior, and can you check the hypothesis or the fact which establish for the age bracket? You just can't imagine to do that. Still, you have to come up with the result. What you will do in that case? What you will take out a part from population. You pick up a few children you have picked up. Those children represent the whole population the best possible way. Actually, call as your sample subset of the population which is hold as well. You can fetch the information and you can analyze. What you do in inferential statistics, you analyze the sample, you analyze that subset of the population, you analyze that part of the population which is representing the population the best possible way. after analysis, you infer for the whole population, because finally you have to make a fact statement, or finally the analysis has to be done for the whole population. So this is for the whole population. After what you do, you aim the sample and then you infer for the whole population. That's what you do in inferential statistics. Question? Good. Great. Okay. You see, here's a question here. He is asking how to select the sample. Is it always random? Uh, we can select the random sample because all algorithms, most algorithms, or I should call the algorithms, are based on random sampling. Doing sampling is the most difficult job. Sampling is not easy. It's the most difficult thing. You try, and which I have just mentioned, if you need to randomly select children a globe between the 8 to 10, how difficult it will be for you. Random selection means, so a simple random sampling. Simple random sampling means each every child probability of getting selected. Called as probabilistic, it is part of probabilistic sampling. It is difficult to get into random sampling. So sampling, there are different methodologies of sampling. So that is a different arena altogether. That is a part of market research. I've been extensively involved in market research as well. So maybe I can discuss it along with some case study. So I would be covering the sampling techniques. But me quickly the overview. Don't worry. Let me quickly give overview, and you can get these all techniques to read on Google very easily. So you with the names, the view, okay, and until I actually delve into that. So see, sampling techniques are of two types: probability sampling and non-probability sampling. Probability sampling is this random sampling in which each and every has equal probability of being selected. The static sampling, in the again you have some probability associated with selection. So with probability associated with the selection, that's difficult to do. Why difficult to do? You always do, but may not always do. There's a reason behind that. Analytics or market research, they have their budget. You will always face the budget constraints, always face the time constraints as well. You can't go and do your market research for years. It is possible if you're doing your own projects, you have your own budgets and own rules. For most of the organizations, you will see time constraints. So it will be very difficult to do the random sampling as such. Like, give you one example. Suppose you want to is the performance appraisal feedback employees, how they find out how to find a new performance appraisal system if you want to analyze that. So you've launched different new processes, new rules, and now you want to see the perception of the people, how people are taking it. Your company having say 500,000 employees across different geographies across the globe. Difficult for you to do the random sampling and reach those people and get the timely response. What you try the sample can represent the population the best possible way, but you try to create a sample and try to fetch those people in the sample uh, reachable from whom you can get the results very easily, because you will not have months and years to operate on that. So the second part is non-probabilistic sampling of people using non-probabilistic sampling. You have cluster sampling, you have stratified sampling. In clustering, you get people from different classes, from different geographies in the best example is these news shows collect people from different religions, from different geographies, from different uh, economies. Okay, people belonging to different economic groups. Okay, and try to get their point of view for a specific political discussion. Okay, that's your cluster sampling. Stratified sampling, you take out the strata of different people. Strata, I mean to say, think about a problem which is related to people having age between 20 to 30. So you will pull only those people whose age is between 20 to 30. Okay, snowball sampling. Sampling is, so I'm just giving you the overview. You can always fetch a lot of information. You can read through too much of theories. Small sampling is like I ask you some question, you ask your friend that question, and your friend asks the question to somebody else. This is snowball sampling, and this way you collect your responses in the market research. This kind of example, when you are launching any market survey or Facebook or LinkedIn account, okay, or you mention this thing and you ask your friend to share that as well. So that is the kind of snowball sampling. So there are different methodologies in which you sample, you take the sample, and then you analyze that sample to infer for the whole population. Hope any question so far? Thank you. He's suggesting you after at 4 sessions. In this only, we have some people from my previous batches uh, suggest book after 4 sessions at least. Other, what happens, you get lost jungle of those 1,000 pages and confuse yourself. First of all, follow me on basics, concrete your basics, and then I'll ask you to go and deep dive into any kind of book, any kind of secondary resource. Okay. New books. That's all about self-study later on. What about pre and post prediction is also inferential method. It is inferential method. A news channel for any external agency, it will be difficult for those people to reach each and everybody. Uh, an opinion. They try to collect a sample which can represent the whole population. They do the survey with those people and try to get inference of whole population. You are right, got it right. Population of all the probable objective characteristic of interest, the subset of the population, a subset of the population, variable in of interest that acquire various numeric values. We asked what variable is. Parameter. I keep talking about different parameters. A population characteristic of interest. Okay. So one parameter. The parameter standard deviation is one parameter. Like price, lot size, those were variables. The which I want to introduce here, which I would like to add here in this slide, that is a random variable. Any variable. So ask you people, because you people learned these things in the past. So I just ask you to check if you are able to recall those things. So random variable, anybody, any idea? Can you remember the past? This is something we learned in 9th standard, I believe. 11th standard. Okay, no problem. Random variable, we will be dealing in random variables a lot. So variable with the values associated with the probability values as well. So you will get the value as well as the probability value. I'll give you an example. You get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If there are 6 faces in the dice, mention these numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You always associate a probability value with of getting 1, what of getting 2. Okay, so you mentioned the pretty associated with the outcome called random variable. How it is, and why use random variable a lot? There is a reason behind that. Since you are using the probability, what does to able to measure the uncertainty involved in the output. The out of the variable you are mentioning with the probability, this simply shows that you are able to measure the uncertainty in that. More that once we will start using that. And the probability part as well. Some people get scared with the name of the probability. They used to leave probability questions when they were in class 11th, and they must have been reading this thing that has come back again, that monster. So don't worry about that. I'll be taking up the probability. Don't worry about that. I'm taking up the probability from the scratch, and I'll be discussing only the relevant things which will be helpful for you. If we talk about the types of the data, we will be discussing two types of data. Why I'm taking you through all these? Because the jargons will be used time and again, and then you people will find it difficult. So data types are of two types: quantitative data and qualitative data. Quantitative data again can be divided into two types: discrete data and continuous data. Discrete data is that data which can assume only certain values within a specific range, where continuous data can assume any range. I'll give you the example. Suppose you are going for a stay. Survey, you are people to respond scale of 1 to 10. People are responding 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So in range between 1 to 10, it can only 10 values. It can assume 1.5. So it will be a discrete type of data. Another is like the number of bedrooms, data which we have just grappled with, the of house prices, number of bedrooms, number of bathrooms. So those are again numbers. But we talk about height. When we marks, these variables are continuous variables, continuous data they represent. Qualitative data is that data which can't be measured, like gender, address. Okay. This is quantitative data, quantitative versus qualitative analysis. Let me into this. So you do any let me before I get into the slide. Yesterday's example of G working on the fuel data is quantitative. You are right. So in yesterday's problem, well, be some qualitative data as well. Fuel, if you talk about the quantity of fuel, will definitely be your quantity, but there may be other variables which might be qualitative. Conditions. You can find out different categories of weather conditions. Okay, so it will be a mix about the data if you talk about the variable. Okay. You are connecting the dots. Please keep connecting the dots. It is very important. Thank you. Talk about this thing, qualitative versus quantitative analysis. Of solving a particular problem is here. Just one of the example of my experience. I'll tell example one project which I did, and in that how we go about both the types of analysis. So it's different, but the analysis is a different thing. So qualitative analysis and quantitative analysis. So some people call qualitative analysis as secondary research as well. Research and research. So quantitative analysis is not always about primary research. So primary research is something which you collect the data from the scratch. You get the data. This is your primary research. Secondary research you use when you already present in some secondary source. Okay. That example with you. So I can let's tell you that example of my incident with uh, IT services company. I worked in their corporate strategic marketing team, and I had to work the chair of the company directly because I had to decide about the partnership strategy. Strategy, I mean to say, uh, you are a services company, so you be associated with IT product companies as well. Partner with IT product companies to go into the market. Of this can be taken as uh, suppose services as implementation. Okay. You have different ERP tools like SAP. You have all you have. There are some small companies as well. So if you need to implement SAP, that company uh, implement and and trouble is not their core competency. They their product and inspiration and other things. They partner with different companies. Okay, this business actually works. If you don't think anytime, please let me know. Another suppose you suppose discussing about IT infrastructure services. If you're doing the infrastructure in some services company, you don't build IT products. Definitely partnering with some company like Cisco. Be partnering with some company like HP. Okay, routers of these companies, you would be other companies, and then you will be applying that. So basically, we wanted to understand we should be partnering. If partnering with HP, in which area we should be partnering with HP? Which product we should be partnering with HP? So if you put HP and Cisco, there are some products which HP and Cisco both build. So they are competition. So products should I go for the partnering? They have different modules. They have different uh, in Oracle is doing good. Some areas SAP is doing good. Where to partner? We should be partnering. That was the basic problem statement which I was required to solve with my team. I could not understand the problem statement. It will give you a very good idea about how we go for solving a big project. Understand anybody else? Yes, you're right. So, Ankit, let me come back to you. Uh, uh, yeah, he basically wanted to analyze if partnering with Microsoft. So we have different product companies like Microsoft. We have Amazon as well. about cloud services. Anybody who can tell me what cloud services Microsoft offers? Their cloud product? Azure. So Azure is their cloud product. Amazon also has its cloud. Web services. Okay, and there are companies which have their cloud products. We have to analyze where should be partnering with Microsoft. Should be Azure, or it should be their Office suite, Microsoft Office you have. So for Office suite, whether it should be partnering with Microsoft or somebody else. For should it be Microsoft or somebody else? And strategy will be different in different geographies as well. How about this strategy? If we need to partner routers, which should be partnering for routers? Whether it should be HP or Cisco, there as well. Thing wanted to find out. Straightforward. Make it very straightforward. So problem needs to be very correctly. Ankit, with me now. Specific question I can raise that I want you to understand it, because we have to apply these things. So because of that, I discussed these things. So this project was one of the most difficult projects I have handled. It required some very complicated statistical technique of the availability of the data, because of a weighted and very uh, I could not disclose many things to many people. I was asked to do analysis within the team, because it was a very secret type project. Funds what some decisions were to make in that. So it's the most complicated projects. I had no clue how to go about solving this question. So define the problem statement. So find in this way. So very problem statement I have one in front of you. Now how will you make it more understandable? So really we wanted to see people are adopting these tools. For me to get the information about different products for this, how those products are doing in the market, it was very difficult for me. You search on the source, you will not get this information. Because B2B space, business getting business to business space. It is not B2, where you can easily compare, where you can easily look at the comments, you can easily look at and all. It will for you even into B2B business. So we see how people, how different companies are adopting adopting different tools, different equipments, different products of these companies. We wanted to see the share of wallet these companies for different products. Was the problem? Fine. The objective was to understand the share of wallet of different companies for the products. The idea about their market position, and then we can decide about the partnership strategy. Can you tell how would I go about solving this question? Anybody? Some people have very good experience, so I want them to patch in here. I get something which I could not think at that time. So this is here number of users, critical functional users, type of current infrastructure. Yeah. So Nikhil, you are getting into the right direction. So type of current infrastructure, critical functional users, number of users, to my mind as well, and I worked on these only. If you talk about Ankita, you will not get the stocks specific to the products. I wanted to see the share of the wallet. How different companies are spending money on these products. And there are some companies, some very big companies, like if you talk about Deutsche Bank, so I am talking about some uh, companies which I analyze. So if you talk about Deutsche Bank, it presents many geographies, and it is using different kind of products. It is not very consistent. So so if you are looking at the infrastructure, how will you get to know the infrastructure basically of the company? How all so IT infrastructure for those people, for some people this must be a bargain IT infrastructure and all. So IT infrastructure is nothing but how different of IT are built together. What all products are used at different nodes. This is about IT infrastructure. Yeah. So what I did. So I defined the problem statements. Then I started looking for the. Or I did that. That will for into this problem and relating it to different businesses. This I wanted. Uh, Identify different objectives. So I really, as I mentioned yesterday, I was given a very immature team. So I among my team members, but I could not find any solution out of it. So what I did to group discussions. So I'm mentioning these keywords because of a reason, because these keywords will keep coming new ways. Yes, my core competency is also important. You're right. We have some publicly available sources. Uh, we have sources like Bloomberg, CanIQ. There are other companies which maintain the official records, but this different products. It is get to that level. So that information was not present publicly. That was true. Was not present. So I did to identify the alternatives. Focused group discussion. So in focused group discussion, what happens? Uh, you select people, different experts from different fields, and then you a discussion. A discussion. So uh, I the discussion around this, how to solve this problem. So people get different ideas. That instead of going for many companies, because it will be difficult for you to find the data for those companies, what you do, you to your customers only. The IT services company which I work for, that company is also among one of the four best Indian IT services companies. It has customer base. So if I could analyze this thing for customers only, it will give me a very good insight, because we were looking for only ballpark figure. We were not looking for exact information. Okay. The one idea came up in that discussion, that if you will analyze the customers, the existing customers, again, nobody will give you the information. You just can't go to the CIO of the company or anybody of the CIO office, Chief Information Officer. For those who don't understand CIO, Chief Information Officer is responsible for all the IT work, to make it easy for you. So you can't go to the CIO office and ask the CIO maybe their share of wallet. Nobody will tell you. It's impossible to fetch. But the people who are running of those companies, who are handling those accounts, the account managers, working with different people over there, they must be having the understanding of wallet, how they're spending on different products. Exact figure they can definitely give the ballpark figure, and that is what we were looking for. So focus group discussion, we got to know about this thing. We secondary research as well, mentioned by Nikhil, I believe. Yes, Nikhil. Infrastructure we had to look at. IT infrastructure, basically we looked at three sources. There are some companies which have some understanding. They uh, get which is publicly available, and the data of the IT infrastructure. Again, data will be at a very macro level, which we did not want. But yes, I collected that data so that we can use it information for validation, because people can come up with some wrong data as well. But finally make a decision which is very critical for the company. So for validation purposes, I collected that second source data as well. There lies the problem. Uh, I survey for the salespeople. So I launched for around 1,200 salespeople only, because I had to complete that analysis within 20 to 25 days, which actually stressed. Uh, I had to complete that analysis within 20 to 25 days. So I launched the survey. For launching the market survey, you have tools like Monkey. You have uh, the tool in Microsoft SharePoint. Okay, so I launched the survey. I got the responses from different from different salespeople. Collected that. Then finally I merged. So you see here, primary and primary analysis we merged together, and then we came up with the summary and the decision. Full process methodology I adopted. That is what I wanted to discuss through the diagram. Any question? Sure. So I come to these two questions: secondary validation and if customer. So I'll come to these two questions, but after the break, it's a biological need. So let's break for 10 minutes, have a sip of the of a coffee, and then come back to your question as well. Thank you. Minutes will be too big. Discuss a lot of examples as well. So I to because later on we'll have to stress them after 1 p.m. to 10 minutes. quick from everybody, whosoever is back. Thank you. Coming back to the quiz. If the customer you just started the fresh business, what have been your approach? This is something we need to again think. It will take time. If you have new business to start off with, you will have different qualities compared to who have already very well set up, very well established. So you would have cost factors to consider when you are starting the new business. You will consider your win factor, how soon you want to break even and how soon you want to start making profits. So there are different factors you need to analyze for that. It is not a very simple and straightforward answer. What you did for secondary validation? So for secondary research, I told you I got the IT landscape, I got the IT infrastructure at macro level, how they are spending on IT constituents, very macro level. So I was able to validate that information from that. So what I got from the primary research, I could validate it when I did it at that level. Okay. Okay. So let's get going. Let me quickly, yeah, just a moment. Share these examples because of the promise we make that we make industry ready professionals, and can be industry ready only when you have the business understanding, you application part. Otherwise, these formulae and uh, parts can easily be accessed through many YouTube channels, and that's discussed this thing. Getting back to theory, that is what I said, Manjunath. It is not a very easy question answer. You need to think. I need a focused group discussion for that. So a proper discussion for this. We need to think about the priorities of the company. You are a new company. You have new sales people. You have different priorities. At the start, you will always a new business always has cost constraints in their mind to cup and loans and all. So you need to think about the data. So the problem which I solved, I shared the of that. So again, you need to find the solution for that. It is not that straightforward that I can tell you right away. Ordinal data, intel data, and ratio data. These four types of data let's discuss, because to hear about these four types of data. So when we talk about nominal data is a kind of namesake data. For example, you see in terms 0 and 1, that is nominal data. it is used only for namesake. You are giving uh, for and value for female, your null data. If you talk about ordinal data, it is above. If you the name, you can represent anything with the help of that data. Plus, also rank the data. The example of this I can give you in this way. So we go for any marathon running. For exam, like in your back, there will be 1, 2, 3. Okay. Here, numbers only represent your name. Okay. Represent one visual basically. So that this will be nominal data. Okay. Ran the race and finally some results announced and a race completed marathon in minimum possible time and he ranked first. So was given a number 1. There's another person who ranked after A. He was in B. Another C. He completed the race soon after B. He was given the ranks 3. So these numbers now are representing these people. So 1 is representing A, 2 is representing B, and 3 is representing C. So representation in A, it was done in nominal type of data, but it is giving you one more information. It is giving you the rankings. You can say that A is better than B and B is better than C. Type of data you are able to give ranks as well apart the any question from nominal and ordinal type of data? Okay, now let's come to these two types, interval and ratio. So you here in case of ordinal data, you are able to rank order these 3 categories A, B and C. But if it is asking you the question that A is better than B, B is better than C, A is more better than B or B is more better than C. So basically if you wanted to find out the interval, yeah, so based time they have taken. Okay, so about time, that will be your interval type of data. Yet it will be difference between the unit of measurement. So taken by B and time taken by A, that subtracted. that will interval type of data ratio. Call time as an interval type of data and distance as ratio type of data. Can tell me the difference between interval and ratio? Because it is again the is past. I'm just avoids. Tell you. Okay. If you talk about the difference come by how a defines zero. So data ratio only in the view defines zero. Interval type of data, zero is a mere number on the scale. Doesn't mean none exists. In case of ratio type of data, means nothing exists. But interval, zero times zero means the part of it does. So zero here will vary from different situations. So different situations will vary. In ratio, zero remains zero. It's not a number on the scale. About marks, about 0 marks, it really means that he does not know anything in that. So if 10 questions to solve and he's gotten 0, it simply means he did not know anything in those 10 questions. That is what 0. Example of negative marking. Do you think the person think if there is negative marking? No. If negative marking, a person is getting 0, it does mean that he does not know anything. So are you difference between interval and ratio type of data? Okay. I'll give you of temperature. Temperature 0 Celsius and Fahrenheit. These are interval type of data, but when we talk about Kelvin is type of data. And 0 degrees centigrade doesn't mean that nothing exists. You centigrade very normal temperature nowadays. Geography 0 centigrade temperature is not at all a less temperature. 0 degree Fahrenheit, same goes. So 0 is a number on the scale. We talk about 0 degree Kelvin. 0 degree Kelvin is the least temperature possible Nothing at that temperature. It's about height. Height 0 means nothing exists. Height distance 0 means nothing exists. That all will be ratio type of data. Not able to understand. I'm not able to understand nominal ordinal interval ratio. So, I give example of if I've been given 10 questions and he has gotten 0 negative marking. That what stands for? 0 stands for a fact that that person does not know anything in those questions. Okay. Is negative marking, then 0 means that person does not know anything. It have scored some numbers for some question. Those numbers got deducted. Next questions because he attempted those questions wrongly. So of negative marking, it will be equal. In case of marking, it will be ratio. Judge? Talk about interval like centigrade, you never take a ratio. So you have seen this book that yes, temperature was for today's temperature. These kind of statements you never see. You always see the statements that there is a temperature of 2 degrees, 3 degrees, 5 degrees, 10 degrees. You always talk about the temperature difference. You never talk about the temperature ratios. In case of you always see the difference. You see the difference as well as the ratio. See the ratio of heights. You see the ratio of weights. Okay. Statistical investigation steps are mentioned here. Identify the problem, then identify the objective of the study. Now you people are comfortable with these steps because we have discussed a lot of examples. Identify the type of study, then create a sampling plan, data analysis and interpretation, and then conclude the findings. Before into normal distribution, there are a few which we need to discuss. Mean plus mean standard. We need to discuss variance. We talk about mean or median. These really tell you about the measure of central tendency. Talk about standard deviation and variance, and talk about a few more. Range. Let me add a couple of more. For third time, all will understanding of the measure of central tendency. Data is actually how to find out the seizure. These all will tell you about the spread of the data. In thing called skewness, there is called kurtosis. About the outliers. Discuss about these few terminologies. They're not mentioned in the slide, but if I'll not discuss these, then you people will be in big trouble. Some concept. Mode, mode. I have a written mode. What is mode? Me, you all learned in class eighth standard. You are right. You are right. Is it repetitive? So basically, we find out the frequency values of the items we have in our data. An item which has the max frequency, that mode. And mode used for non-ordinal type of data. Okay, you have nominal and ordinal type of data. You mostly go for finding out the mode. But when interval or ratio type of data, you go for finding out the mean, median, these. Okay. So moving, but that of the field with the number of times. So see of all the values of a field, and you set that value which has the highest frequency. Let's talk about mean and median. So let's some data here. Yeah. To make your life easy, so that you can it quickly. Oh, let me try. Otherwise, I'll create random data. You have data points like this. Mm, If you put the mean value of these data points, the mean will be a, we all know most of us have used Excel. Let me we have sets V1 uh, and V2. If mean for V1, it will be equal to average. You need to find out the median. It will be equal to median of this. Let's talk about V2. Sorry, but uh, you like how important it is, why I'm investing this much of time on this, because we don't understand. And your previous knowledge about this and what you have learned here. Now do the same thing for V2. So we'll find out the mean value for V2. View is when go for mean and when we should go for median. Very simple question it is, and I'm expecting most of you to be answering it correctly. Take up, but my expectation is like this, that you should be able to answer this question correctly. So Kiran is saying when we have more outliers, then we use median. Ravi, when we have huge variation in the data, the median. Now when outliers, then we use median. Outliers, then we use median. Any response? That mean is the average and median is the mid value. But I'm asking you a different question, that when you use it, Jyoti is saying when there is a large variation. Nagesh is saying because of outliers. So when the outlier, what do you mean by outlier? So outlier as well. It is an important term. The point here is when there is a big difference between minimum and maximum value, they use median. Okay, so most are right here. They're using uh, words very loosely, like outliers. You people are using this word outlier very loosely. Outlier is very defined. You outlier and you treat the outlier. So discussing about the treatment of the outlier as well. So I have this misconception in their minds that outlier is something which is not the part of the data as and when as soon as we figure out outlier we need to we need to get rid of outlier from the data, which is not the case. Is getting rid of outliers. The outliers. You might have to delete the outlier to make your model more generic. Okay, but you the outlier. What is outlier? That you will get to understand after 15 minutes. The outlier is a very important part of our discussion. We can say that here, if you look at the mean value and median value in the first variable, mean value and the median value is coming out to be very close to each other. Problem you see in here, few values are, we can call these values as extreme values, not outliers. We check whether these extreme values are outliers or not. So outliers in our data use median. We use median. What do you mean by that? It don't use mean in that case. It is asking me about the aim of my class, about experience of my students. I have some values which are extreme values. I prefer to the median and I'll tell that person the median of the number. So, you see here, mean value is coming out to be 34.36. Where if you look at the numbers, more numbers except these three numbers, more the values of this variable v2, the values are 34. The mean is coming out to be 34.36. So mean is not able to represent this data in the proper format. So to the data is not a measure of central tendency. Mean is not a correct measure of central tendency here in this case. We will be using mean to that person. So when we talk about the measure of central tendency, then we think about mean and median, which we should go along with. Has its own importance. Find out mean, but to answer his question, we can't give him mean as an answer to his question. We tell him that the average age of my class is 34.6. Most of the people have age than 34. If this number, saying that this number is representing all these numbers, it is summary figure, it is summary measure, we are wrong. In that your median will help us better. You may other type of data as well. So the kinds of data will require kinds of treatment, and that's why we are learning here. Otherwise, everything would have done the remote itself. Any variation in the use of mean and median before I further? We understand the difference between mean and median, when we should be coming up with mean and when we should be coming up with median. When there is not much difference in mean and median, why we don't use median always? Option, location. If we have huge data, then we need to analyze and complete before applying mean. Uh, whether we should go for median, whether we should go for mean, let us as well. Good questions these are. Is asking, when there is no difference between mean and median, why we don't use mean always? So point is using mean, but median, when there is too much of variance, I mean to say, when, so I don't use variance here because I have not defined variance so far. So if we have extreme values in our data, if we have data like the way V1 has, the median will be almost very close to each other. Why we should not go for only median? The mean, a bit, we include some extreme values. In that case, median is taken as a central tendency. You right. When we go for measuring the central tendency, we take up the median value, but the reason why we use mean. Further analysis, for further calculations, we requiring the value of mean. We always mention that this is the mean value. How it is divided, so it is from the individual observations with the some other statistical parameters. And in parametric tests, we're discussing what parametric and non-parametric tests are. We use mean as a very important statistical parameter. So that's why we consider mean most times. Otherwise, for purposes, you are right. It's about only using the central tendency and the median, both are very close to each other. We can always call out mean. Median. With these terminologies, variance and all, see what these things are all about. And let's discuss the same problem again. because it indeed required some discussion. Ankita is saying, but median, it is not giving a very accurate figure. Why? What is accurate? It is giving a value of the median. What is accurate and what is inaccurate? It is middle value. Completely understood your point, and I'll come to your point to the discussion of variance. You're doing the extreme values. Median is not taking care of the extreme values, and we never wanted to, and that's why we are taking median as preferred parameter to measures of central tendency. Now, about variance. So people are talking a lot of variance. So let's see what variance is all about. So variance, as the very name suggests, it is something which can tell you how good mean is representing the. So individual are low with respect to mean. So what is 28? If telling people that 28 is the age of my class, it's 28. 28 is actually representing all the numbers. So it should be very, ideally 28 should be very, very close to all the individual values. So all the individual values should be very close to 28. But it is not the ideal scenario. We need to see the deviation. So let's deviation. So what we value? Let's call it mu. Okay. So we'll do individual values. Say x1. I'm generic. x1, x2, x3, x4. Let's take the example of 4. What will be the deviation? The deviation will be mu x1 plus mu minus mu minus mu minus x4. So to give me the total deviation, which there are only 4 elements in x1, x2, x3, and x4, and for these 4 values, we have the mean as mu. What will be the sum of these numbers? Tell me. Nine. Is not want you to calculate here anything. Assuming that I write in communication, Bn is a variable which has only 4 values: x1, x2, x3, and x4. The mean 4 values has come to be mu. among of these numbers. Variations mu1 mu minus x2 minus x3. Ideally, mu x1 should be very close. Mu x1 should be very close. Mu and x2 should be very close. Mu and x3 should be very close. Ideally, but they are having some. So the variation I want to measure is the objective. I'm not subtracting mean from median. Why are you getting confused? We have, let me tell you, there's one variable called v1 and it has these four values x1, x2, x3 and x4. And the value of mean of these four values are coming out to be mu about these four b. Wait, some people are coming up with right answers. Sri and Praveen, you people are not getting me right. Let me do it separately. Data for some time. You variable called v, and then you have values like x1, x, x4. The mean of these values, it comes to be mu. I goes to these numbers, but then deviation, there is some variation. That variation I want to measure. For that I am taking action, finding out the difference between mean and individual values, and then I'm summing it up. But I'm doing now. You are how 8, Praveen? I to forget about those numbers. About those numbers, I'm talking about these numbers. You don't know is what x2 is, what x3 is, what x4 is. How to find out 61.8? I'm not talking about those numbers. I'm just asking you to forget about that. I'm discussing something very generic. So, Ash has gotten my point. Bindu has gotten my point. Ajay, so I have understood what I want to say. Ankita, Kid, Neil is right. Soumya is right. So I'm trying to find out a way to measure the deviation, measure the deviation of mean from the individual data points. That is what my objective is. After that, what I did, I found out these deviations, these variations, and tried to find out the sum of these. The sum, what would be the sum? So let's calculate it. Most of right. This sum of variance, this is a sum of variations. between variance and variation. The variation or deviation between and the in value. So it will come out to be 4 mu n plus x2 3 plus x4 you get it is mu. What is mu is x1 plus x2 x3 plus 4 divided by 4 and x2 plus x3 plus x4 will be cancelled out and see what you are getting as a result 0. So the answer will be 0. We actually failed to out a parameter which can help me gauge the variation, which gauge the deviation. So what do rather we should out the square of these numbers. Why are getting the 0? Because there are some numbers negative, there are some numbers positive. We are not interested in negative and positive. We are not interested in the direction. We are only interested in the value. So what we will find out square of these numbers. Not literally not be 0. With some finite number, which will give the idea of the variation. And to make it easy and to make it comparable so that we can compare it, we will divide it by the total number of observations. Square root of variance is standard deviation. Deviation is also represented as sigma, like this, and this is also represented as square. For one question for you. We actually started off our journey, we started off our discussion to get to a statistical parameter which can help me gauge the deviation from the mean, which can help me gauge the vision of individual items from the mean. Parameter as variance, while the value of standard deviation. To you is why need another parameter? Yes, Bindu. This is something we need to understand. What do we mean in terms of the data? How do we interpret it? Okay, so we have found out these numbers. So to answer your question, Bindu, at this point, these values actually tell you how mean is from the individual values. So the value of variance actually tells you how able to represent the numbers in purview. So it tells you how good mean is the measure of central tendency sector that we interpret out of it. Whenever we give the value of mean, we should always come up with the value of variance. Question? Formula. So variance formula is simple. You are finding out the individual deviations from the mean. So from individual data points from x1 to mu, from x2 to mu, you are finding out these deviations. You are finding out the squared deviations. So to find out the variance, you are finding out the mean sum of squared deviations. Of the squared deviations is your variance. You got it? What is the variance? Okay, I'll come to this, Bindu. What? Okay. Why the sum is zero? Because there are some negative and there are some positive values. But still, we have to get to which can help me find out, which can help me gauge the mean from the individual values. To get rid of that problem, we found the squares of these deviations. That when we add these squares, we don't get the sum as zero, and still we could find out the total deviation, the total variation of mean from the individual values. The mean of this sum so that we can compare it as well, individual level. Am I making sense, Nikhil? Or if you're not able to understand a specific thing which is troubling you. To know more about it, once you will think about the answer to this question which I have put across. The question is, Mike, that is what we need to discuss. My question is, why why need other parameter standard deviation have various with us? Then come up with the response, because I want to develop this data acumen inside you, and that is why I discuss too many examples, too many illustrations, too many processes with you. These say you must have learned in the past as well. Why variance and why we need standard deviation is the question. When this was there to help our cause, why we went to find out the standard deviation? So complete your sentence. The square which would deviate from the actual data. Which actual data? What do you mean by that? Right sentence as well. Deviation is the square root of variance. That's it. Okay. So Iska has come up with the right answer, and Girish also wanted to convey the same. Also, I am assuming you give it, but Iskaria has mentioned it in a very simple words. Standard deviation is measured in same units as mean. When we come to interpretation, very difficult to interpret. We can compare variances. This means variation from the mean original values. But if you look at the unit, what unit of variance? Talk about these two variables only. Suppose these are age values. Okay, years. What a unit of variance? No. That will be year square. Variance will be year raised to power 2. Yes. You see, unit of mean is year minus year will be year, the unit will be year. If you fit year square, and then if you have different square values, the unit of variance will become year square. So that will be year square. But at the value of standard deviation, the standard deviation will be when you need to compare, when you decide, it will be easy for you to let the standard deviation value instead of variance. Deviation, if you see, is deviation will tell you the whole story. In the first case, standard deviation is coming out to be 3.37 years. So is deviated from the individual by 0.37 years of standard deviation. But situation you see, this deviation is big. So deviation here is 15 years. Now you have to relate it with the variable. answer to your question. I believe Nikhil was asking this question. Yes. I rate it now. It better uh, pet now. Yeah. Okay. Asking whether it's plus or minus 3.37. I mean by 3.37 years in V1. 37 is from the least value. What I'm saying that the deviation from the mean you have measured now and that you have measured in terms of years now. So here it is 3.37 years. 15.46 years, the deviation of mean from the individual values. Where does this minimum value come from? Positive thing. Positive thing I'll come to. Okay. Think about the variance, why we calculate variance then. So it is the squared values which are very helpful in mathematical calculations and which directly is used in some formulae. Is directly used in some formulae. So for medical purposes, we use variance, and for interpretation purpose, we use standard deviation. Because once you will present this information to anybody, and now even the top management people, they are aware about at least standard deviation in the mean. When you will show the mean value, they will ask you your mean value. What is the standard deviation? Without standard deviation has no significance. That they cannot understand. You should the things. Allow standard deviation. So that we interpret it properly and can be used properly. Not to positive and negative. Why need a negative number? We only wanted to see how deviant individual items are from the mean. We don't need positive or negative thing. It must combined by at this square root. It was Rish, I believe. No, Hindu. Square root of 4. What root of 4, everybody? I'll quickly complete this thing because it'll again come back and forth. Options 2, 2, 2. Option is 1, 2, 4. Fifth option is plus minus 2. Two plus minus 2 minus 2. So if you are saying minus 2, okay, Ruchi, Raj, Su are saying plus 2. This confusion. Move on here. Roar is not equal to plus minus 2. Four is always a positive value. It is always plus 2. A negative number. Definition. Yes, this. Minus 4 and plus 2 gives 4. Ankita, I'll come to this. Very basic mathematical concept. I'll one more concept because you people struggle with null values and because of this reason only. So this problem will also trouble you because you have not learned mathematics very well in the past. There were simple basic concepts of probability you did not learn very well in the past. So let's discuss those things. The square root of any value, say x square. X can be negative, x can be positive as well. X is positive. Of this will always be x. X is negative. I'm just giving you the mathematical definition of square root. It is of square root of any value. Always positive. If x is a negative number, then it is a positive number. If number, it will be taken as positive number. It just can't ever be negative. Now come back to your point of view that you are what's Shubham today? Learning since ages. Minus 2 minus 2 is equal to plus 4 and plus 2 into plus 2 is also equal to 4. Same answer. And that's why we do this thing. Out. Solve this kind of equation. Y square minus 4 is equal to 0. And to solve the equation in this way, and that's why you trouble. So what we used to do, y square is equal to 4. In the next step, we used to do it like this. 4 equal to 2. So basically the question used to be find out the roots of the equation. Find out the values of y which can satisfy this equation. To solve the equation in this way. People are cutting on me on. And people are still confused because you got 5 out of 5 to this question, and I 0 at that time. I got 0 out of 5 because it's wrong. Why wrong? Here y is equal to square root of 4. You have written here that this statement implies that y is equal to plus minus 2, which is wrong because you know the definition. If to the books, go by the books. Maybe not only. You can go to the books of your kids. There may be there are some very senior people as well. They must be having kids studying class. If you look to those books, you will see it like this. We add plus minus here by our knowledge, by our we write it like this before this root. This value remains positive always. Plus this value will remain positive. It will always be 2. The plus and minus we write by our understanding. Because the root of the equation. Because you look at this equation, this is the equation of a parabola. The s at 2 positions, at value minus 2 and at the value plus 2. Confusion you are carrying right from class 8th and troubling you today. So I should better clarify it here so that you don't do these kind of mistakes later on. Basic mathematics, but I have to get into it. Second question, you again confuse a lot. You get missing values and then you either the tool or Shubham that you people either has some wrong thing or has taught something wrong. Why we are getting these kind of missing values and all. So take up that thing as well. It is the easiest thing. I believe you should be able to answer this thing at least very easily. But it will take 1 more minute. So let me cover this thing. 2 divided by 0. Because so find as well. Okay, let's take up these 3 only. Let us so see what answers are. Ankita, find what is the Ankita? Wait. So we're saying infinity. Some people are saying undefined. Ankita herself, and now she says it was infinity. Person Ram is saying undefined. Then infinity. Pratishta, I'm really sorry for misspelling your name. Pratyusha, you are saying undefined. Then what is infinite? More saying it is infinite. Okay. If you are saying it is infinite, and most of you will favorable as well because most of you are wrong. Not infinite. It is infinite. Undefined. It is defined. Could not define this number. You just divide any number by 0. Mathematics won't be able to define that number. Then what is infinite? Infinite. We have learned infinite. What infinite then? You just divide any number by 0. It is undefined by mathematics. Yes, this is a question to you. What is infinite then? Basic mathematics. When I do, so like both of these things, both terms are same. Right? Or write it in this way. Both these things represent the same thing. What are these? They is 0. I'll 2 by x limit x tending towards 0. They are finite. Here it says that 2 is being divided by a number which is tending towards 0. 2 is being divided by a number which is very, very close to 0. It is equal to 0, but it is very, very close to 0. So 2 is being divided by a very, very, very small number. As a result of that, you will get very, very, very large number. This statement time and again that it's very, very, very large number which you can't measure, which you can't write, which you can't multiply and subtract. Write symbol infinite or type infinite. This is a big explanation. We Still with these basic mathematics concept, wherever we will struggle, I will come and help you with that because these concepts are now very, very important. No, Ankita, it's not like that. It's all about the application. When you come to the application, then realize that it's not like that. And my was not to uh, what to demean your education and all. So it is all about application. You people tend to forget these things. That's all. That's all. Okay. So it's about this concept. So we have learned here standard deviation and variance. It's about range. Difference between maximum value and the minimum value. Interquartile range. To understand interquartile range, you should have the knowledge of fertile and the third quartile. So Q3 minus Q1 is range. Now let's see what is Q3 and what is Q1 very quickly. Who knows what is Q3 and Q1? Yeah, you're right. So what we do, tell you very quickly things these are. So median is called Q2 as well. So Q2 is median. So median, when you divide your data into two parts, 50% each, then Q2. Now you have divided your data into two parts, left hand side data, right hand side data. Take out the median of the left hand side data, middle number again of the left hand side data, that will be your Q1, and take out the median of the right hand side data, that will be your Q2. I tell you how to calculate it. Question part will be very, very easy. The corner part is important. Mid number left hand side data, Q2, oh, 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 Q3 is the right hand side data, and the median. So mentioned that Q3 is divide the data into two parts, 75% and 25% each. They are right. So if you look at this, these quartiles, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 quartiles, they are dividing the data into. Each quartile contains 25% of the data. So 25% here, 25% here, percent here, percent here. Is divided into parts by these quartiles. Can you tell me the data contained within interquartile range? So range I mentioned, it is this 3 minus Q1. The percentage of data contained within interquartile range, it will be 50%. Yeah. Percent of the data will be contained within interquartile range. So interquartile range part is kurtosis. I will not be able to discuss today. Let me tell you the application of Q1, Q3 and the quartile range. Actually used to see the outliers. Have to be sorted in order, in ascending or in descending. Yeah, Bindu. This thing. So data sorted either ascending or in descending. For 3 minutes with us, let's quickly understand why we learned interquartile range. Learn interquartile range and quartiles. Have an idea about the distribution of the data, how our data is distributed. And is to find out the outliers, to detect the outliers. See how we can detect the outliers. Anybody question so far? Okay, great. So to detect outlier, we need to understand some box and whisker plot. We will how to build it. So the first which we will do next class, we will be applying these concepts on the data set. So plot, these are whiskers, as the name suggests. These are whiskers, and this is a box. The point is your median. This is your as well. This and this is your third coil. What are outliers? Are those values which are having extreme values, which lie beyond a certain point. So basically, knowledge. So what is the range? The boundary. So to you need to create the boundary. So these 2 points you need to find out, beyond which you will call those people as outlier. So beyond this point, you will find you will call them as outlier. So this basic, the beginning is to find out this boundary. The thumb rule point is minus 1.5 times point is 5 times data point which is lying beyond this number, most number, that will be considered as outlier. And a number which is less than this number, that will again be called as outlier. Make a note of it somewhere, because in the next class, so of this class, you people did not waste time in installation of R, which we waste in each and every class. And this time, you won't believe it, we waste like 1 hour, in installation, in getting confused with different steps that you people have done. I appreciate you people. Now, before time only, these 32 hours are your 32 hours. It is up to you how you want these 32 hours to be utilized. So you to be completely prepared, whatever I have discussed so far, and please make it a practice for next. So I can discuss something good. I can discuss some more advanced techniques. I can discuss more of business. Others will be kind into these basic formulae only. Okay. So please revise in my SAS class. What there is one student asked me to revisit the whole class for at least half an hour, and he became very know, uh, it's on that 30 minutes revision is very important. So I had no uh, sentence to say to that because these are your hours. So please revise, please revisit these all concepts. We have to do something very well. Wish to you that you will be a very good industry ready professional. You will be, but it will be up to you. I would like to discuss at least two Kaggle case studies in the class. I want to do, but it will allow me to do that or not. I will do that, but you should yourself go through the recordings and all before you come to the class. Wanted to discuss today. Please make a note of it and let's do it when I will give you the form, the data set with the tools. Perfect. Have a full week ahead. Thank you so much for your participation and wonderful response. This is wonder class. I'm telling you. We have like 32 people and we are going so smoothly. Great. See you this weekend. Have a wonderful week. And please participate in the survey which will appear you close the session.